All right. Ugh, nose is runny today. Let's get to it, maybe. Just maybe. Just maybe let's get to it. Morgan Baller. Weirdly, a ton of detail, but not so much. That there's like, maybe. I think I have a plan for those corners. Midday stream. Should be quiet AF. Let's get some Sigvald in here. Just gotta make sure we get the internal panels that we actually want to have this burgundy on it. Spear handle will also have it. It's a weird thing to say, Jaina. Are you one of the people that hit the comments assuming you know what happened? In terms of the American voting structure and system with the people that we have on the show? Or are you one of the people who projected that you know what they did? Oh, Moriarty. I mean, I do this. I do this over here. I've got my own tabletop channel. To be clear, that most likely happened because, like, John doesn't really pay attention to that at all. we get a ton of comments usually that's like, I'm pretty sure RGT voted for this person, and it's like, if you think RGT left his house. Ugh, nose is running today. I think we do it back here too. Yeah, this was like when, because John just kind of like does whatever, like chasing cars moment. That's why we had Review Tech USA on, despite like every single time anyone's ever involved anything they've done with him, it's usually resulted in someone getting like swatted or stalked or something. Like it was never good, but like he still just had him on because he thought like, oh, we could do that. It's fine. It wasn't until after that I think OJ actually brought it up. The whole like half the people that go on Review Tech's channel get like swatted and stalked by people. Doxed and shit. Yeah, I don't really have time to do much else. Sag. But it is what it is. I mean, when I do these streams, we can talk about whatever. That's kind of like my thing. Like, I'm just painting. I'm trying to emulate the feel of actually, like, doing group painting projects where, like, a bunch of people hang out and just talk about random shit. So, like, I'm not really limited by topic here. But yeah, I don't really interact too much beyond that. The only real things I've done was the wrestling book cover that Sean put out. I did like MVG's channel art. Yeah, right now I'm mostly heavily working towards this, which is a commission piece. Like, I'm getting paid to do this. So, you know, I gotta focus on it. Yeah, Review Tech actually deleted his channel after a while. Like, it was getting bad. He started by actually like getting tech and then showing it to people, like, you know, laptops, cell phones, like he would just show stuff to people and be like, isn't this cool? Let me use it. Like, he actually started, I guess, wholeheartedly in that direction, but then over time the people that became his fans kind of mutated that situation, because he was like an overweight dude, so like they would get into his chat and be like, show boobs and stuff, and he'd be like, yeah, funny guys, but then like he did it once and he got like a bunch of donations and stuff afterwards, and then that like kind of spurned his content forward. Put pickle in mouth, which would spurned the whole pickle thing. That was kind of related to him. But yeah, he had a mental breakdown from it, because like at some point he was like, I'm just a clown for these people, and that's it. And like a lot of his life was falling apart, so he just decided to bail on it. It was sad. Let's do burgundy here. Wrist guard. Okay. That's the hope. Yeah, and you don't even have to do this, right? These are Games Workshop minis. They tend to be very expensive. You are existing in the heyday of 3D printing. So if you're not planning on playing the game, you can just go on Etsy and just look up really cool 3D printed statues that you want to paint. Do that. There's some good ones. And they tend to be way cheaper than if you order through Games Workshop directly. I am 40. What are you, what are you, OJ? Because that's what OJ does. Just tells everyone he's hyper old. The streamers I tend to watch are part of a larger group. I don't know if you're familiar with Grand Theft Auto roleplay. At the time I was watching Moon because a buddy of mine was like constantly raving about him. And he was playing a character on a specific like big streamer server. And that kind of introduced me to a couple others in that community. Some of them do, like, more random stuff, too. Like, they'll play, like, random games with friends. And they're pretty funny. I would describe the vibe as, like, Reno 911. So, occasionally I'll watch someone called Penta. I'll usually watch someone called Sput. He hasn't been doing GTA RP for a while, but like he kind of does his own thing. He has a group that he works with that called themselves the Oddlaws. And they'll usually like start a Rust server or something for a week where they invite a lot of content creators out that they know, like comedy-based people. And they'll just have like a fun event. They'll do like Gary's Mod and stuff. I think they did a couple of like the more advanced Minecraft games. The ones that have like weird automation functions and like a ton more to craft and create. Yep, Sput. Sput's pretty good. Sput's funny. And because of the people he surrounds himself in, he has like probably some of the funniest moments I've ever interacted or seen at all. Sometimes they do stuff with a content creator known as the Chief 114. If you're familiar with memes, and if you're old enough, as you said you are, you must have seen this. It's the Captain Look meme. The Chief 114 was the guy that went, Captain Look. That was him. He's pretty funny too. He does some crazy stuff. I've seen him and his group just do wild things. But like, again, the way you approach it is it's sort of like those improv comedy groups like Kids in the Hall and what was the other one? Upright Citizens Brigade and stuff. Like, they just do funny stuff together. They create scenarios. They do the whole yes and stuff. Oh, he is. Chief 114 is part of that group, although he hasn't been streaming as much recently. I don't know why. I think he might be post-marriage with his wife, so maybe they're just doing stuff for a couple months off stream. He also has medical issues, so like maybe he's doing that too. But he's funny as hell. It's fine, man. Don't worry about it. Don't worry. I'm okay. I'm still here. But yeah, it was Sput, Chief 114. Troms is currently playing right now. He's actually, I think, playing GTRP. TRAUMZ. He doesn't have a lot of viewership. Like, he definitely doesn't get as much viewership as he probably should. But I feel like I know a lot of streamers like that. There's this one streamer that I would watch all the time who went by Depresso. He's a guy out of, I think, Ireland? No, Scotland. I know he'd yell at me if I get it wrong. He hasn't streamed in forever because, like, he has these issues with migraines that keep coming up. So that's been a big issue for him. Yeah, he's on front page. Today's his front page day. Normally he has like 120 viewers. But he's on his push for Partner Plus for the year, so I guess he got told he'd be on front page today. So he decided to actually go hard on stream. He does a lot of GTRP. He plays with a different group of funny people. Like, he's kind of like in between the two groups. Oh, big one. Big one. He mostly streams in the afternoon, though. I don't know your time frame. Walnut Cast. Walnut Cast is freaking hilarious. He plays a lot right now of like random games, but OSRS. Old school RuneScape, basically. He's playing with a group of like big creators for OSRS. Okay. Don't expect too much right off the rip. I mean, maybe you hit like the perfect timing. That's always kind of a trick with streaming, is whether or not the timing you choose to start and like what you're doing just happens to be of interest. It can be fun because maybe you get like a couple of like-minded people chilling in chat. You can just talk to them, which is always fun. It's better than sitting here in silence. But like, I don't even look at my numbers until after I'm done streaming. Because, I mean, I was just going to stream anyway. Because this is what I was going to do anyway. Sometimes we game on here, on Twitch specifically. I'm currently streaming on YouTube and Twitch. But that's just because that's my tabletop channel and I want my painting stuff over there. But like we played Routine over here for a bit. That was pretty fun. I gotta finish that game. It got really good and then I got distracted. No ADD. I kind of want to play Hell Let Loose over here, but there's a method of streaming it that they prefer you to do where you like hide the map. I think I have to install a plugin on OBS. Yeah, these are base colors. I'm just trying to organize where all my stuff is. This is burgundy. This is violet red. Violet red's going to become purple. Let me show you. Ugh. So the burgundy color tends to be more like just an extra color or a weapon color. The violet red eventually becomes mid-purple to lilac. And then we got to do a lot of gold once I get all this burgundy down. So we're doing the burgundy first because once we hit it with the gold will cover up any of the errors I have with the burgundy. Like if I go onto the actual components that will be gold, that'll get covered up. It's a little bit Bob Rossian. Like, knowing what you're doing to a point where it's like, oh, even if I screw up, it won't be a big issue. Sort of. There is a limit. Contrast paint is usually good for this because it's thin. That's the kind of paint I'm using right now. But you kind of want to not lose detail in the sculptures. So you can't just keep painting, or else the paint will build up so much that you'll lose the detail. So you have kind of like a limit that way. But you can always strip the paint and then go again. But that takes time. You got to get like a vat with some chemical in it. It's usually like, I think it's Simple Green is the big one everyone likes. Or there's another, I can't remember. So at the very least, I am using thin enough paint that I could easily paint over it. But you maybe only get like 2 or 3 times before you got to figure something else out. Alright, let's get this bolt gun painted. The outer shell specifically. Gold, maybe? No, I want to do the silver first. Because the gold's on the outside. The silver's more of this inner core. So there's more of a chance to screw up into the gold. So it'll probably be better to silver. Yeah, you watch OJ? You catch OJ's streams? He does alright. He pops in here once in a while. No, yeah, he doesn't pay attention. Like, honestly, what most likely happened there is, like, our channel's number-wise has been kind of, like, stagnant in some spots. Like, we do hit the numbers we've been hitting for, like, years. But it's really starting to feel like the people that stick around with our channel and then the people that leave get, like, replaced by a new person, but we don't, like, grow anymore. We thought we'd be at 1 million by now, but we're still, like, hovering in the same area. So, like, he's trying to, I guess, expand to different audiences to put the stuff in front of people who maybe haven't found us yet. And that's just all he's thinking of. So when person with weird political affiliations with big followers exists, I think he only sees it as the followers. He did fall for the cryptocurrency grift, so that was kind of funny. But he did fall for the grift around the time when it was getting big. So, like, he did make money on it, like a lot of people did. But, like, a lot of the places he put money in that he held and was like, this is an investment, turned into, like, not an investment at all. So, super fun. I'm going to assume the burgundy is where it needs to... Oh, the pole. Crap. The issue is the hand is burgundy. Maybe we do the whole pole gold. Just put a little bit of it up here. No, yeah. The YouTube algorithm's crazy. Like, with my channel on YouTube, the one that I did for Kill Team and tabletop stuff, I sort of experienced it. Like, there was a boom in tabletop channel algorithm for, like, a couple months. Because you had channels that were getting huge and, like, advertisers loved it because it was very, like, advertiser safe. And a lot of the people watching those channels were usually good targets for whatever they were advertising, because that's the whole point of YouTube. Any other spots? No. So it was good, but then I guess something happened where, like, Hasbro and other companies were starting to be weird and getting a little bit more serious about, like, striking channels that use their systems to create content. I don't know if you were around for it, but basically the owners of D&D were like, oh man, we love that everyone enjoys D&D content on YouTube. Just so you know, our update for if you're purchasing and using our game stuff claims that if you make content out of it, you owe us 30% of your income or something. Oh, that was backlash. It was pure backlash. Then Games Workshop was like cool with a lot of stuff, but I guess they hired a law firm out of Florida or something who doesn't really think that much and is just aiming to sue people because that's what they're getting paid to do. So they look for people who make content using Games Workshop IPs, and occasionally they'll strike them, take them down, aim to get money out of them. It's crazy. There's some things that they do where it's like, okay, I get it. But then there's a lot where it's like, why would you do that? Oh, I should probably do silver first. That's what I was thinking of. Yeah. So, like, I think YouTube was like, let me cut losses here because this is getting weird, and, like, killed everyone's tabletop channels in the algorithm. Reaction YouTubers, that was another big one that got killed in the algorithm. Like, people who would watch music videos and, like, talk about it. They got destroyed. I had a couple channels I occasionally check for that kind of a thing. Just to, like, see what they're up to. And I went to a few of them recently, and, like, all their videos that usually get a couple thousand to 100,000 views had, like, 100 views for the new stuff. D&D is a bit all over the place in terms of, like, what you're gonna get out of it by playing it. I know D&D is heavily based on, like, the group playing it and the DM that's managing it. Because I know a lot of people bring it up from the perspective of, like, well, we have to build characters meant to beat this campaign. But then there's also the approach of just, you know, writing a story and enjoying it. There's a lot of D&D YouTubers that kind of go in all those directions. I know Legends of Evantris tends to build characters that are a bit more about the conversational side of things. Telling jokes and all that. Having fun, funny moments. I mean, it's what they... The only alternative is that everyone that watches them... Like, if I have 2,000 people watching, like, a video that I make every now and then, and every single one of them handed me $1 a month, I'd be okay. But they can't easily, or they choose not to. Therefore, I can't really make too many videos, because I have to, like, focus on, you know, roof, food. Which that's usually tied to the algorithm. I mean, we all want it to be the utopian, like, I just make what I want and do what I want. But then, like, you're not going to get videos out of a lot of people because they're going to have to go work a 9 to 5. They're going to have to be focusing on that instead, you know, to eat. That was actually an interesting thing with working with John and Spawnwave Media that I kind of figured out. I don't know if he's realized it. But the community he's built off of the topics he leans into, like, he is heavily in the Nintendo side of things. Very heavily in the Nintendo side of things. And the community he grew off of that is people who don't want to pay for stuff and just want things. Like, he got that kind of a cross-section of people to watch him. So, like, when we decided to do the Spawncast stuff and made the Patreon and all that, he was like, oh, this is going to be great. We have so many people watching that we'll be able to get a good secondary income from Patreon so that we can actually pay for, like, cool stuff, and, like, the people that, you know, come on the show can maybe get paid a bit better than you'd expect and all that. That was great. What's up, Peacock? Oh, the name for the D&D stuff? Evantris. Legends of Evantris. Legends of Evantris is pretty good. Tales from the Stinky Dragon. Theirs is a story that, honestly, if you're going to support someone, I'd definitely look into them. They were part of, I want to say, Rooster Teeth. It's whatever that online media entertainment company was that went under. Just like one day, everyone working there was told they no longer had a job. But Legends of the Stinky Dragon was this really loved show from them. So they managed, when that was happening, to like break away and start their own channel and build up their own studio, because they had like a good bit of, you know, starting money and stuff. That's a good one to try to like keep an eye on and watch, because it's fun. That one is very much about conversation. They do a battle occasionally, but their DM is the kind of DM that's good enough to lean into like narrative based moments. Like they were fighting a really crazy boss, and because of an earlier event where they like interacted with a sandworm type thing, that played in to the boss fight to make it much easier in like a great funny way. I think a lot of the interactions that occur in those D&D sessions are tests. Legends of Evantris. Yeah, Stinky Dragon has the puppets. Apparently, one of their moms makes those puppets. She caught like one of their shows and thought it was funny, so she started making puppets of the characters they play. Yeah. That's a good one. But that's kind of the thing with D&D. Like, I can't play D&D with my friends. And this isn't me like knocking on them to the point where if they find out, they're like, "What?" They know. They know. Everything about my friends is min-max, because that's sort of what we did. Like, we played World of Warcraft, we played a ton of like multiplayer RPG style games as we grew up. So a lot of us was like, let's min-max. Let's focus on how to make this character broken as hell. And I love doing that a lot, but when I play D&D, I more work with the world. And I try to create like weird characters that are not necessarily combat related, because I'd like to solve like combat puzzles with weird stuff, like illusion magic and things. No, I do not like DMing. I'll help with world building, but I don't really like DMing necessarily. It's a lot of work. And if you build this really intricate and interesting world, there's no worse feeling than creating like tons of cool stuff, and then your party's just kind of like deadpan trying to get through it at the fastest rate possible. So like they skip all the cool side quests you add and interesting missions that kind of tie into the main mission and all that, and they're just like, let's just get to the boss. It's like, oh Jesus, okay. I will say though, the past couple tournaments I've been to for 40K have been awesome, and a few people have already heard about this in chat. So there's a store that I go to for a lot of my tournaments for Kill Team and 40K, and it's just a more general like tabletop store that has comics and stuff, and it's kind of cool. There's a a D&D table that's currently being run there. That is officially my favorite D&D table I've ever seen. And I've ever interacted with. Or have at least, like, witnessed large-scale interactions from. If you've ever seen The Boondocks, the animated show, it's that energy. But the DM is Mr. Rogers. It is the coolest thing. It is, and it's mostly like high school kids. So like there's that Zoomer energy to it. But when you have in character a person being like, yo, we got you your shit. Where's our reward? like there's just this nature of it. Like, one of their characters just hyper simplifies most of the stuff going on in the game down to just calling it like shit or junk. We got some junk to move to this other town. Like, he's that kind of character. Half the table is just yelling social, racial expletives at each other. Or at the other enemy character in-game, like, chucking a lightning bolt, like, at something. It is the funniest table I've ever seen. I love it. That energy, like, those kids just enjoying themselves. It's a good moment. I love that table. I hope it is there every single time I go there to play a tournament. I gotta get updated on how they're doing. I think they killed a dragon in like one of the missions, and they were like popping off, like Mari show style popping off. Monster of the Week, J. Peacock. Neat. Mari show was always where the memes come from of "you are not the father," and then everyone in the audience like stands up and like usually the guy starts dancing. Like when you kill a high-end dragon that you've been hunting forever in a D&D campaign, and then you stand up and start moonwalking just to like show how happy you are that you achieved that goal. It's like, man, this is awesome. Get the killing blow on a dragon in a pen and paper game, of course pop off. I love that table. I hope that table never breaks apart. I hope those people are in their 40s playing each other. So for Monster of the Week, I guess you get like pre-made characters, or at least like a general list. Is there like a start at this power level situation for it? Or is it like more simple? I kind of did that. We were playing a board game this last time I was at my buddy's house, or like last month at my buddy's house, where you have to do like a handful of missions in a row leading you to eventually killing a villain. It's set in sort of an HP Lovecraft style where like gaining power is also a negative kind of situation. Like you could lose your mind, and then the character you're playing actually becomes the villain, or a villain that your team has to defeat kind of situation. And then it becomes PvP. I think it was called Nemesis. It wasn't that good of a system. We got really far in it, and like the whole time we were like, this is weird. Like it just didn't feel super difficult or well thought out, but there was so much stuff. I think ours was D6 as well. But like, okay, let's say we were about to play it. Is there like a book where it's like, all right, make your character? Do you as the DM get to go set your character to like level 5 or something? Because if it's one-off, shouldn't it be like quick? Like you're gonna get to the end of the whole thing like fairly quickly, or is it like maybe a couple week sessions to get to the end, and by the end you'll be like level 5 or something? Or is there no leveling system, you just get a character? These are things that intrigue me. We're just over here painting Nundams, talking about tabletop games. This is what I want, man. If I could make this sustainable, we would do this all the time. Make your own character. Basically, everyone starts at 0. You gain experience at the end of the missions, and then you fail a roll every 5 experience levels you up. Gives you a choice of new abilities you can use. So is this kind of like... So you have a mission, you have the single monster mission, then you possibly level. I guess you go back to it? Like, you'll roll a new mission? Is there like a difficulty scaling with level? That was kind of a thing with Blackstone Fortress, where if your party, the highest level in your party is like 3, then whenever you pull something from the mission card deck for what you're fighting, you're grabbing it off like the level 3 side. Or do the missions themselves scale where it's like, don't go to this part of the one-off book until you're all level 4 or something? Beverly Hills. Oh, do you get to like mix and match scenarios, or like is it like, all right, zombies plus train, ritual plus town kind of thing, or are they like all fully together? And then it's down to the DM to like make it sound cool, storytelling wise. I've always wanted to DM a session, but I don't know. It wouldn't be like D&D style necessarily. I always had this idea of making a world, right? So in the world, it's basically everything's desert, but it's like ash, not sand kind of situation. There's only a few major cities that people know of that are like these giant spire cities that are really tightly packed in. Think hive cities, but smaller from the 40k universe. And the big thing about that world is that the sand kind of adjusts and creates things that are related to like almost different places. Like, it doesn't feel always when you walk into those sort of like dungeons that they kind of pop up out of them that you're in your same world. Like, it can be themed in all kinds of different ways. And then when you leave, they vanish. There's like a permanence based on interaction situation going on in that world. Tons of monsters wandering around in the sand. It's dangerous to travel between places. Adventurers are very like lucrative of a business. Tons of guilds and interpolitics of like basically viewing adventurers as sources of power. So if your city has better adventurers, like, you have to kind of kneel to them, provide them supplies, or they might send their adventurers after you kind of situations. I think my magic system was based on music. That was like the big thing. There are people who could play music, and if they were attuned to certain things, it would be an instrument plus like the school of magic, I guess, would be the concept. So like it would almost be like a hybrid bard sorcerer concept. No, I don't. It was just something I was thinking of when I was talking to a buddy of mine. Because he originally was like, we should get a D&D session going over Discord, because he lives out in Cali. And he used to love playing games with us back in the day. So we were talking about it, but I mean, he's a new dad at the time, and that was kind of his thing. So like, he sort of fell out of contact with us. Last we heard, he was thinking of moving back to this area, so that was pretty cool. But haven't heard much since. It just creates situations that I think are better and like more living. The mystery of why everyone's there. You can sort of pull from the same concept as The Witcher with the whole like conjuncture of spheres thing. Maybe there's like a ton of different races in that world, but they don't really necessarily have long-standing memory of knowing each other. Just creates interesting concepts and storytelling, I think. Because I kind of described this to him because he was getting real interested in playing a game. And he was like, I'm trying to think of where we're going to set it. And I was like, this would work. And you could also involve like a lot of just standard D&D stuff in it. So it's at least a little more interesting than just yet another, you know, there's lots of forests and it's all kind of magical. I'm just going to paint this whole thing so I can kind of see what I'm supposed to hit versus what I'm not supposed to hit, since the contrast does really well to get into the gaps. But yeah, it's basically the same way he works though, is just like, oh, that's awesome, maybe we'll do it, and then like haven't heard from him in like half a year. He too busy. He's kind of a crazy person though. I think he got laid off from his Netflix job, and then he decided like one day he was like, how can I retire at like 40? So he like secretly took 2 job offers at like 2 different companies as a remote job for programming. The sand can make anything. The cities have a bit of a feeling of like they might have been here before the people were kind of situation. Like, think of them as giant obelisks that were carved into by people to create the stuff they needed. And then when the sands create these sort of like dungeony things, they've created an economy on basically going out, staking a claim on one. And since the dungeons vanish when everyone kind of like leaves the area, it's sort of like an object permanence thing. It exists as long as it's observed. What they've figured out that they could do is when a dungeon is cleared, or if it's being cleared, the guilds and towns can go out there with like crews of people and basically pull resources from the dungeons. It's kind of the idea. That way they can build up their cities, they can get like new and interesting things needed to keep the places running, get repairs done. Because there's a bit of an element of, like, this is what you would expect, and this is the subversion of it. Like, you'd expect, like, oh yeah, this party goes out, clears the dungeon, leaves, it vanishes. But the subversion is like, no. This is part of the livelihood of everyone in this world, so they have to, like, do extra stuff to it. We'll have to do these little batteries on their back. Once we're done the gold, hit it with white, maybe a fluorescent. I think for the, like, if there's a test game, right, where you're just testing the systems, you probably wouldn't do this. But I would say that the core story for, like, the actual, like, really interesting hero group, kind of how like all stories told have to be about the most interesting and incredible moment of something, would be that one of the groups enters a dungeon and enters a world exactly like their own, the one that they know. Like, with all different people in it. Like, whole different structures and societies. And it sort of reveals that, like, the multi-concept for the universe and an interconnection with, like, other ones. Thus triggering a potential, like, pseudo-apocalypse where now that both the worlds are connected, they have to kind of, like, one of them has to destroy the other kind of situation. And maybe the solving of that. Because those are the big questions for the players. Would you doom an entire realm to death filled with innocent people? Or would you try to figure out an alternative way to deal with it? Because that honestly was my favorite conundrum from the Shield Hero anime that they literally just stopped talking about in later seasons for some reason. Like, it was the coolest idea, and I was like, wow. Oh, the moral quandary. And then the anime was like, alright, forget about that. We're going to talk about something else now for like 5 seasons. Absolutely, but war forced on a group because they don't know an alternative to survival, I think leads to some interesting concepts. Oh, there's so much in life nothing comes of. Because, like, in the thought process of it, it's like, oh, my friends and I can play this. But then again, I think about my friends and how they min-max. And how they're the biggest focus for most of them is combat, less talking. Like, they just really prefer to just get into combat and test their characters' combat limits. It's like the whole goal. Build has come online. Let's see how it works. Which, I mean, that was the Diablo concept. And the World of Warcraft concept. this mid bit a little differently. Could be cool, but I got a ton of buns in the oven, I guess. Really got to get back on making my own videos for tabletop stuff. See how that expands. Still got to figure out what to do. I know a lot of people are like, ah, more stuff to learn how to play Kill Team, but like, videos take a lot of effort, a lot of time, and then like 100 people watch them. And I was hoping to make the channel more like generally sustainable, which would have been cool. Sadly not there. It's a NUNDAM. I think once we get the gold and the silver in, we're gonna work on the robe renders. That's gonna be important. And politics aren't really useful. I try to avoid them because we got weirdos. Tabletop is an odd place, like a very odd place, for a lot of people. It pulls in like a lot of just terrible people, but also a lot of awesome people. It's what makes it so crazy to interact with. Like, if you ever followed any of the, like, weird BS drama around, like, a lot of 40K stuff. Even, like, okay, there was a Magic the Gathering tournament that happened that was specifically, how do I put this? I think it was, like, a women-only league? I think that's what it was. Or like a tournament that explicitly was just like only women can come to this or something. And the community in Magic the Gathering was like, oh, I thought you guys just wanted everyone to be included. This is what inclusion looks like, more gatekeeping. And like it created this whole ridiculous back and forth. And I mean that's for a fucking card game. Children play it. So, like, don't know. Things get weird. Okay. Really wish I could have sub-assembled this. These parts are so hard to hit. No. Just want to find a way to hit thing. There we go. Maybe? just take some time. Actually missing a stream I kind of wanted to watch so that I could stream. But I feel like this is more important. see. Okay, I think I understand it. Okay, I think I understand that. Ugh. try to get back into there. Let me soap this brush. Oh, I've got so many of these to paint. Not specifically this one. Technically, the rest of them are a lot easier. They don't have as much overlap on their armor. We are getting close to being done with the gold, though, so that's a pretty big positive. Is that wrapped or no? No, that's not wrapped. I'd probably do like a Reichland or something on the actual staff part. Try to push it differently. Maybe even a full-on snake bite. Oh, phone call. Whoa, chat. What ostensibly could have been a 2-minute call quickly became a 15-minute call. Ugh. Back to it. Trying to pull me out of my rhythm. What's this? Soulstone. Ugh. Alright. Definitely have to do a wave of correctives around this. Checking bolt gun. Is there anything gold I want do over here. There's a little symbol. A little fleur-de-lis. I might do bulk gun metal for everything else. Nah, we can do the feeder as gold because the bullets are gonna probably be bulk gun metal. Can't do the skull symbols on her fabric until we're done the actual robe color. Serious on the robe though. I'm going too slow when I do the renders of the robes. It's causing problems. I actually redid one of the robes on the Dem Infuge, because the whole point is I try to wet on wet blend robes, but I took too long between the first layer of purple and the second. We should probably start on the robes soonish. Let me hit some of the silver though. Too used to dunking in the gold. sucks. gold around the pipe inputs. It's weird not having too many like computer games that I'm looking forward to. That interesting Sword and Sorcery one, though, that's supposed to be like a big open world set in this weird style that makes it look like retro bit, but like it's fully 3D. Seems kind of cool. Hopefully that one isn't super far off, but I think I was drawn to it recently, and I've only seen like a tiny bit about it. They've only shown a few things, which is kind of leading me to believe this is going to be one of those coming out in 2040 type situations. Robot control arms. Well, I couldn't tell if trigger finger was just suddenly really huge or if it was behind something. my back. Too old. Bust out the Thalo Blue. Noomfiston. Noomfiston! There it is. Proper weight for that. Let's try to get some of these little banners though. purple. I want to do it with a layer brush and not a liner. Like half my layer brushes are either too big or really like kind of frayed out. I have to kind of quickly go back and forth between them. It's still wet. Back to the mid purple with the glazing. Hell yeah. Yeah, Morven's definitely way harder than the rest of the suits. The Nundams. She has too much, like, overlay gapping. Like, where there's just multiple layers of shit that block the brush. Like, the fact that she has these shoulder frickin' robes screws me up so hard. And the fact that she has a wraparound leg robe is batshit crazy. Like, getting a brush into that gap was insane. No, yeah. Almost everything in this army is so much better sub-assembled. At the very least, not attached to base. Like, anytime there's, like, crazy big capes or robes, I always suggest do not attach to base. It's like the frickin' the Infernal Master. The Infernal Master is just a million times better to paint if you don't glue them to the base. No, yeah, the backpack, the freaking machine gun components here, brutal. Spray what tonight? Oh, the nebula. Yeah. Wait, the nebula pattern on their backpacks. Wait, what are we talking? Wait a second. Which backpacks? You talking about the warp spiders? What fit? Painting Nundams. We gotta be kind of quick about it because I want to be able to put the lighter paint down while the mid paint is still kind of wet, so it can passively blend. So you never answered my question last night. Do you milk the dogs? said you work with them, but you didn't want to say more. So I find it pertinent to ask. Do you milk the dogs? Okay. Because you kind of like... You made it seem shady. I was like... Oh no. This guy milks dogs. Cat suck. Give it a little lower in brightening. It's good to get the robes done now. That's because they face the other way, and it becomes a Cthulhu beast. Imagine that thing chasing you down a hallway. Like something out of a Hellraiser film. No, this is So Flat, Light Violet, and then Citadel, T'Challa Lilac. I thought I had a lilac from So Flat. Weirdly, I had a conversation with someone in here the other day who paints in an extremely humid environment. And he says that, like, Pro Acryl's not great where he paints. Because as it dries, it, like, chalks up. So he actually uses the golden So Flats that I use. Yeah, no, I've never had the pro-acryl issue with the chalking. But yeah, I'm guessing it's since painting is basically just like baking for the most part. Different chemicals react in different atmospheres. It probably just sucks for people in humid areas. Like extreme humidity. What, are you baking something? Thinking of baking something? So I kind of have a list for Friday. It wasn't quite what I was hoping for because a rule was different than I thought it was. Which kind of sucked. Well, most of the high protein stuff that involves baking involves buying the diabetic stuff that people use when they bake. To my understanding, like there's like bread risers and stuff. Okay. Well, I think I have a good list. I just think I've been holding off buying a second Predator Annihilator for a while now, and I think I just need to buy it. Because I'm starting to think, like, if you want to run a flex list for Thousand Suns, you need a Predator Annihilator. Because Predator Annihilators don't rely on any of the pre-existing... I have one. I think I need two. Because Predator Annihilators don't rely on pre-existing rules and, like, detachment bonuses. They're strong on their own. Because, like, MVBs were strong when the Terminator Lords were able to do +1 to hit on marked targets, and the detachment rule gave them +1 to wound. They got both of those things taken away from them. Now they're just an MVB. And they have no access to anything of value for redundance or, like, anything cool to, like, help them out. They're just an MVB. And technically that happened to the Predators, but the Predators already came with a really good, like, pre-existing passive. If the thing that they're shooting at was hit with magic before the shots, you get rerolls. Like, that's huge. You just have to hit something with something magic and you're done. Strength 14 top cannon. It's all pretty good. I have one pred, yeah. I can turn it into both, because it's magnetized. I'm gonna have to just get a second at some point here, though. Bam! Lilac robes. Nah, I'm not for this list. I want to see how one does, because I do have other things going on that I think should be fine. Yeah, the trick with robes is to just do the colors, do a flat color on the bottom that you're fine with for the dark, and then to hit it with two colors for the render and hit it really quickly. Like, really quickly. That way it blends. Because I didn't do that for this. And when I took a picture of it and to look at it, you could see the hard lines on it. So when I woke up this morning, I quickly hit it with a mid and then right into lilac to fix it up. Yep. It would be... I didn't want to go the same way that I did my Thousand Suns purple cloaks, where I did the pink for the highlight. That would really show up. Like, the pink would be really serious. I didn't want to do that for these. I didn't feel like it was a good idea. It's like a little too much. I kind of did it on this model at the back end. I just put it a little bit back there. When I first tried it, and I was like, eh. Alright, let's get the missile tips done. Missile tips, armor shading, fixes, power weapon. Then maybe we'll switch over to a small person because we got time. We got time to do some stuff. The hell? Oh, there it is. This is a cool model, though. For the price, part of me wishes the Thousand Sun robots had as much attention to detail on them. Their backs are kind of the same as hers. It's just tinier. So it doesn't look as good. Because she has the same concept where the front is like all ornate and crazy, and then the back is just like basic ass Gundam stuff. Like just the flat metals behind the plating. Missile racks. No, yeah. She has the same armor concept as the rest of them. And you see it, right? Like, you see the break where it's just like, this is a metal plate, and that's a metal plate, versus this is really cool ornate front armor. Sectars are the same way, except rather than it being designed to look like a physical human being, it's squared. Which is closer to the friggin' Man of Iron builds anyway. What was I about to do? Oh, toning. We're gonna need Reichland for some stuff. We're gonna need Seraphim Sepia for some stuff. We're gonna need Skeletal Horde. No, not Skeletal Horde. We need a Snake Bite. Where's my Snake Bite? Let's get the Reichland stuff out of the way. Did I not hit the top of that with silver? God damn it. Too much shit going on with this. Sometimes I'll hit actual flesh shade with Reichland. Like, I'll do it in the eye recesses specifically to try to knock back the facial features. It is very, like, strong, though. You have to water it down if you're going to do that, or else it'll just be, like, too dark, and then you're just screwed. So you gotta wait for it to dry and then fix it. And then the back vents. No, yeah. It's beautiful on gold. It's either that or sepia, Seraphim sepia, but you have to use a really bright gold if you're going to Seraphim sepia. This is too dark of a gold. And that's why Reichland's probably better for it. How'd my silver go? Some fun, bright little back batteries. The F did my silver go? It's broadsword. It's enchanted. And it fell over. The Army Painter combo for metal is a little confusing because polished silver is a lot closer to lead belcher, and then broadsword silver is like really goddamn dark. Everyone's favorite, how to turn any metal into brass. Snakebite leather. So nice. Goes on buttery smooth. We got one more spot we gotta do that too. We gotta do it with the liner because I'm a psycho. Gotta do the bullet casings with it, the friggin' chain that holds it together. Sviet, you playing the that Magic game today? Is that today? Because I kind of want to know about it. They didn't really do a good job showing off how the mechanics work, and I think it's not going to be what we were wanting. Oh, the 26. Okay. I'm pretty sure it's just that you get to like summon stuff and then watch it fight things. Try not to be burned again. I can only feel sad about one game. Refuse to be hurt again. Everything in the videos that I've ever seen didn't really show the characters you're playing as attacking anyone, and that's why I'm like, uh-oh. Because it showed like, oh, summon a wall, summon a monster, and I was like, when do we fight each other? And then it's just people hovering around on bikes watching monsters fight each other. Ammo belt. Bra-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta. Now if I can see the other part of it. vision blocking BS. There we go. Get my Waystone green. Where the hell that went? Gemstone this up. Thinking. Got a leather belt we can work on. Because no giant mech is complete without random leather belt. Gotta do the sepia tone. How else are you gonna hold the mech together? Edge highlighting the cloak. It's gonna be a big thing. The liner for this. tactical cloak. So yeah, the morning I'm coming over, or the day I'm coming over so we can play a game, Ren. I gotta drop my sister off at the airport at like 5 a.m. It'll be great. Long as hell day. We doing it. We going in. Alright, we gotta do little gold things on the cloak. Gotta redo the edging underneath the shoulder pads. Which is fine, because I didn't really do the edging in the first place, assuming it was gonna shift and adjust once the cloak started up. Do I go back to sleep, I'm gonna be blacked out till like 2 p.m. My body's like, alright, we do this one more time. Ooh, this is getting so close to done. Pipe colors, pipe colors, pipe colors. Thinking, thinking, thinking. It's probably gonna be blue. Nah. It's a tiny one in Wilmington. It's not that far from here. Alright, we're gonna do my quick little BS method to do blue power swords. Give that a second. And Fix them up. Thanks, bye, boss. The main reason I made that is because I kept looking around on Reddit and people were just like, I don't know how people know like what they can attack in this game and not. And I was like, what? I tried to help a little bit. Batteries going too. Let me do a little bit of Drac and Shade back into some of the metallics. I kind of want to, but like at the same time, there's not a lot I can think of to make videos of. Like I used to make a ton of the faction videos, but the factions change so quickly that it's difficult to like really know what to do. And I guess with the rules, it's like if I really start noticing gaps in people's understanding, maybe I'll make a video, help some people out. But like it's kind of difficult to really know what to make as a video. I feel like the average channels I see nowadays are just like, we're gonna talk about the meta and complain a little bit, and I'm like, oh, okay. And it's mostly because like there's not enough to talk about, so I'm trying to figure something else out. Streaming, I do a bit more just because I have this giant commission to work on and I always seem to have projects to do. And I love talking to people live. Like, this is my favorite thing to do. Because honestly, if you were like, hey, I have a question, like, here it is. This is the moment. I get to answer a question live. As opposed to guessing the question and making a video. Which is like a whole struggle in of itself. That's kind of why we have the Discord as well, when people have questions. Like, do you have any specifics, like tactically speaking, about the game? Any things you struggle with when you're trying to play? Like, you seem to always get caught out with some kind of like stuff, or are you just doing all right? People can always just be doing all right. I still feel like when I go to the local events and play, that I kind of like, I mess with people, man. When I'm just like, you don't have to go for the thing I just moved and used in Kill Team. It's done. If you need to try to achieve something else or fish for something else, go for it. They're like, oh yeah. When I charge with a unit and then don't fight, and they just seem absolutely confused. It's like all these little things, they all kind of make for the game, man. It's not even about trolling. It's like, it's just strategic, like, thought process that people, I mean, they get stuck on the, okay, we're fighting now. But instead, I'm like, no, I'm here. You can't shoot me. You have nothing else that I'm afraid of that's melee. You already moved your melee. He can't be activated this turn now. And this one guy standing in front of him is the thing that's going to stop you from scoring points this round, and there's nothing you can do about it. Ta-da! That is how strategy works. Cover an LOS in 40k or cover an LOS in Kill Team? Game over. What? Oh, and Kill Team. Okay. So you just have questions about cover and LOS? I actually really like Kill Team's approach to it a little more than 40k. Just because it feels more video gamey, which I've heard people say is like not great because they don't want their tabletop game to feel like a video game, which is weird to me. But like cover and Kill Team is more about your distance to terrain, and then that terrain, of course, passing through like the vision of a target that's about to attack you. And it sort of just like applies little buff terminology to your unit for the action, and that's it. Sort of. In 40k, you have to make calls based on like, oh, do you see my unit because that's there? Like, there's like weirdness to it. Versus 40k, where the initial issue is the model itself. Vision can be drawn to like the spear tip, which is the same as 40k. But then cover is entirely related to this. This is the only thing that matters for cover. And that is it. Because if this is outside of an inch and is considered light, this doesn't do anything. Now it does. Like, that's how easy that is. The heavy terrain is probably the biggest one, and heavy terrain interacts mostly like 40k, except, again, it's just this disc. down here that matters. And that's it. You don't have to worry about this stuff. This is just for vision. It's just that for whether or not cover matters. And I kind of like that simplification. Let me get these little... Where's my word bear red? That's also the thing I like about Kill Team is you can change that with like deployables. Deployables make the game, in my opinion. Because your plan just doesn't involve your units, it also involves what you're bringing to the table. Like, my salvagers generally suck, but the fact that I can bring a one of those movable barricades with them, that's great. But then if you fight an army that doesn't have a lot of shooting, you don't need that barricade. So you can just change it up. But man, telling people you have a 2+ armor save on a dwarf, that gets them every time. He's getting on his executive bike. Good deployable placing is based on terrain and opponent, and that's where the trick comes into play. When you're playing in things like Tomb World and Gallow Dark, it's all about having terrain you can get to on the other side of doors, so that you can at least be kind of safe. But there are tricks to terrain. One of my favorite tricks with terrain pieces you can deploy is that it will slow people down. So when you're playing in Vulcus and there's like an alleyway, a cool trick you can do is if you can place a deployable barricade there and you're not planning on using that hallway, you've basically made it so your opponent has to expend 2 inches to get past that point. That's just good, fun content. YouTube ads. But yeah, deployables are... it just depends on who you're up against. Like, that's honestly the biggest thing for Kill Team is matchup. Like, if you're going into Goremongers, you probably don't need barricades. And if you're going to take barricades, it's going to be because you want to throw them in places that are going to slow the Goremongers down from getting to you. And that's it. Like, you're not aiming to actually stay in cover. Because a barricade is a -2 inch to move if you can place it in good spots. So if you're trying to slow an opponent down that's very quick, that doesn't have the ability to just go over top of terrain easy, like the Murder Wing, which everyone's complaining about now, you can use barbed wire and you can use deployable barricades. And you just, instead of using them for yourself defensively, you can just slow the enemy down, which is great. Like, what team do you play? We could probably start there, because there's usually a set of really good deployables for every team. Some teams are quick enough that you don't necessarily need, like, ladders or anything. for most maps, but they're always useful. Vulcus, if you deploy on the side of Vulcus that has the 3rd story building, going ladders is great because you just put the 2 ladders up to the 3rd floor so you can get there in a single turn. You don't have to do it because technically it won't matter until usually turn 2 to be on the 3rd floor. So you can usually save a deployable spot. I think we do these in blue. Canoptic Circle is crazy good, but slow moving. Exaction Squad probably would really like barricades into most things. Exaction Squad usually is really good if you have bulk shields and definitely a couple smoke grenades in the pocket. Because running a guy with a shield up and then tossing him inside a smoke grenade, great. And then the fact that I think the shield bearers are what, 3-up saves? Put them behind one of those barricades that gives them +1 to their save, and just like get them going. I think that's a legit legal move. I'd have to double check. That's only into shooty teams though. I always feel like if you're playing against quick melee, you're probably leaning more into like landmines and stuff. And then if you're playing into sit back and be obnoxious shooting at you, that's where you lean into your barricades. It's the single barricade, right? Oh, I gotta pull up your rules. Exaction Squad. Exaction Squad. I think Exaction Squad's better than most people let on with them. Yeah, subductors are fantastic. That's why I love them. You just have to have the shotgun guys and the damage dealers within like 6 inches, I think. 6 or 7 inches of them for cover. It's kind of like covering a unit in chess. You want the thing that's going to be like, oh, you went for my subductor, I'm killing you now. Like, that's kind of the direction you want to go with it. Data cards. Subductor's base save 3. You can ignore any change to hit stats. Yeah. So, universal equipment, portable barricade. It will lower your move by 2, so you want to kind of throw it ahead of your unit so that your unit can go to it in turn 1. I think it has a limit to its placement of anywhere in your deployment zone. More than 2, of course, the standard 2 from accessible terrain and terrain features and stuff like that. Equipment terrain feature. But its whole thing is, for a command point, you pick it up, and for 2 less of your move, so 4 inches, you can move the unit and then put it back down in any direction around your model. As long as the line of sight shots coming from enemies pass through it, which it really should, you get +1 to your armor save. To a maximum of 2, which means those guys basically get double shields and will be wandering around the field with a 2+ save from range. Running, so the sequence is, and this is something I wanted to practice with my Hearthkin Salvagers, is to sort of throw a smoke grenade from someone who's in good position, like from the back, right? You could probably have your shield on it and then throw the smoke grenade to the shield and then move your subductor on top. That way he's 2+ save. Piercing of 2 or more, I think, goes down to piercing 1. And 1 normal save has to be tossed. And, of course, you can't retain crits. So that's what you can toss as a forward unit to do like a mission or just be annoying. And that's usually a strong position you can give yourself into shooting armies. Into melee armies, you got to play a little bit differently. Smoke clouds don't probably work as much. Most likely putting a landmine just past where the shield's going to go might be the better option. That way, if an enemy wants to go for your guy in the shield, he's going to get hit by a landmine. Yeah. In kill teams, smoke grenades are usable as like a deployable object that places a token on the field, and then when units are wholly within a range of that token, they get bonuses. It's like a video game, man. It's like playing a top-down tactics video game. But you're doing it with people, live. Conversing with them. That's the whole reason I like it. It's actually why I like my Hearthkin Salvagers. They have a Grenadier who has access to every grenade in the equipment tree for free. You can just use them. So, like, I can change my tactics with him pretty easily, which is nice. Great flex unit. My opponent did give... One of my opponents at a tournament did give me a really good toss for his high explosive charge. Oh, dude, I shredded so many of their units. Let's do the gold skulls on the robes. The thing is, if I made a video about like the universal ways of playing into melee versus playing into ranged, I feel like it's just one of those things where it's so different based on general team that it's like, it's kind of hard to list it and have it be right and not like ruin someone's opinion of the game or method at which they play by being like, oh, just do this into ranged, and then someone does it and screws up. Or if the ranged team they're playing against gets around it. Because, like, the play I just told you, if your opponent has a way to get rid of obscuring, that kind of, like, negates most of that play. There's ways to bait the anti-obscure out, though. That's the chess of it. And I also don't want people to feel like we're boiling kill team down to like wash, rinse, repeat actions. Because sometimes you have to make changes based on like the map you're in, the location you start on. Like if you play on Beta Decima, you're gonna need to change some ideas. What? What would be your fault? Because, like, in 40K, I've run into people who they'll watch, like, a Tabletop Tactics or one of those videos. Like, from one of the, we're going to teach you how to play competitively kind of channels, right? And the thing they take away from them is that, like, it's just a flowchart, do the same exact thing into every enemy, and the result will always be the same. And you'll just win. But, like, my opponent that I played against once was like, oh yeah, I love throwing my vehicle out in the middle, it never goes down. And I'm like, oh, I'm not playing Tau. You probably need to experience what that's like into Tau. Because Tau will delete your vehicle in a turn. So, like, info I give to people would just, like, not work universally, and it's, I don't know. I don't know if I'm down for that. We have had fun conversations, though, in the Discord specifically about, like, oh, I'm going to this tournament, and one of the players is bringing this, what are we thinking? And then we try to go through, like, the strengths, weaknesses, and the potential map they're going to play on. Try to figure out what they can do that's cool. Try something and it doesn't work, like with this obscured stuff. A little bit. I think there's too much depth to go over, like pre-measuring distances. So the perfect way to apply this into like hybrid teams that could either melee or ranged you is A, try to figure out the side the melee is going to be on so you don't do it over there, or B, measure the maximum threat range distance from the melee to your unit, and then that's where you do it. That way they can't get to you. I think the issue is the video I made about general strategy was for the last edition of Kill Team, and weirdly, most of it still stands. So that's like, do I remake that video? Because, like, that's where I talk about the tactical hug, still a thing. That's where I talk about pre-measuring distances between target threats so that you can more strongly position on the field. Because if the enemy can't get to you with a charge, it's over. Like, that unit was just not in a good spot, and you can do whatever you want wherever you're standing. No, yeah, we love talking about this over there. A lot of the times it's best to go individual basis for advice and information. Because you're saying you're playing Canoptic Circle. That's a really strong team. It's slow to move, but like you're very durable in it. It's very hard to kill anything in it for a lot of teams. But like maybe you're assuming you're about to fight some Space Wolves. And the Space Wolf Scouts are very strong. They got slightly nerfed in this last update, as I brought up in that video. No longer do they have two things they can apply to you in melee to screw you over. They have to pick one or the other, and it's only if they're being attacked or attacking now, instead of just universal. But, like, I feel like the general question would be, like, how do I, in Exaction Squad, approach Beta Decima? Like, if that's your question, that is so nuanced. What kind of opponent are you against? Is it a highly mobile opponent? Like, it just becomes so crazy that it's difficult to just run it off as one. I think the main thing I want to do is try to get back into battle reports. Because part of me feels like people do learn a bit from watching games played, especially when I was putting them together. I did a lot of work to every action taken kind of go over why it worked or what the idea was. That way there's ways for you to like watch a battle report and be like, oh, that's something that's doable, okay. And then it kind of just becomes like a learning experience while just watching a game that is hyper condensed. I don't just run the raw file of 3 hours. I try to cut it down to about 30 minutes. Yeah, battle reports are a struggle. I know Mountainside tried to do them for a while, and then like the timing just didn't work out. I saw that they tried to do a live stream thing that was kind of interesting. They kind of took some inspiration from some other channels I watch occasionally, where they made it so like they were doing a battle report, but depending on people donating to them, they could like get rerolls and stuff. But Bricky talked about why battle reports tend not to be a thing that last on YouTube. It has a blend to do with the amount of time it takes to make them, which means you're not doing anything else. And if you want to play games and actually like get more stuff going, you have to kind of sacrifice that in order to get a single battle report together. It's a timing thing because since the rules in the games change so often that if you record a ton of them batched, like if I were to record like 20 battle reports tomorrow, right, I would need to rapidly speed through them to get them edited and out there. Because if I don't, and the rules change for something that I did in one of the games, it just sort of outdates that battle report instantly. And then you might as well not even put it together. In theory, the best thing you can do for battle reports is wait for the data slate and then record like a week of battle reports during that data slate drop. And then over the course of like the next couple months, just release them all. With some tight editing, which is nice. Yeah, it's like the a lot of people do it with a lot of different things. I know Legends of Advantris do when they live stream their games, they convert donations to rolling with advantage in D&D. It's like every time they hit a certain number, they gain a token for roll for advantage. fun way to get the viewership in on what's going on. Like, Fiat, if you're still here, you should try to make it like bits donations for telling me which loadout to take in Battlefield. That shit could slap. No, Fiat's gone. He at work, though. That's fine. So close to done, which means all the little things I need to do are so much like more hidden than they should be. Let's go little correctives on the hand. This color scheme is a little bit in depth. So the reason the armor on Morgan is white is because all the standard armor is white. The reason the armor on the vehicle is burgundy is because that's how it's supposed to be, is that the vehicle armor is burgundy. So that's how you get like this as a vehicle. And then this as a person. So like the weapons have the burgundy in it. But then the armor tends to just be straight white. And then all robes end up being purple. So that was kind of the conclusion we came to here, because these are technically vehicles. So the armor plating on it would have the burgundy. But the person inside still remains white in their armor. A lot of planning. Because then you also get things with like characters that are also like mounted on other vehicles. Like this. Where the vehicle again is burgundy, but the person on it, white armor. then you lean into like the more elaborate stuff. Yes, this is a pipe organ missile launcher with 2 robotic mutation babies on the back of it hovering around, and a person in a mask made of a giant speaker playing the piano inside. Sisters of goddamn battle, bro. Then you get to the fun realm, and one of my more favorite final iterations of something. The flamethrower with the stained glass window. This is actually excessive burgundy. It's not red, it's burgundy. It's close to red. It's like a red wine almost. But there's like purple in it. But yeah, painting the stained glass was super fun. Oh, you mean this one? She's white. The vehicle's red. What was I about to do? I had a thing to do in my head that I was like, let's just do that real quick. Which one? The one on the hover? The hover platform? The hover platform's red, burgundy. She's not. Yeah, the hover platform was red. She's not. Mounted on a vehicle. The walk-up plinth. No. The key thing for the army is vehicles and weapons. Like, I want it to look like the weapons come from, like, a specific place that gets them to this color for whatever reason, and then their armor maybe comes from somewhere different. Thinking. We got the blue wire. Oh, I know what I was about to do. Evil Sons, red. Highlight some of these wax seals. Hell yeah. Base color time. We still got a couple hours. Might work on the tiny little preacher. Or we could work on that freaking big ass priest cleric thing. Thinking cleric maybe. Clear some of that up. Just get some shadowy stuff in there. All right, Fiat. If you're streaming later, I'll probably pop in. And yeah, no problem. I do kind of want to get back into videos. I just got to figure out the pacing of it. I got to figure out exactly kind of what I want to do. There's got to be purpose behind it. I think we'll paint the skulls on the ground. Actual skull color. Did I paint the wires on the demifuge one? Could have swore I did. I gotta double check that. To get some details on this. Looks like there's some metal barring. Maybe I'll pull out the warp lock bronze. Put some really fun bronze details down. I'm gonna need to buy some more frickin' occultist robe. This is not enough. I feel like that bottle is getting like halfway down. We still have so many frickin' bases to paint. How many skulls are down here? 1, 2... Some other bones there. There's a good bit of them. do broadsword silver on some of the ground bits here. Take another look at this, because I don't think I did the wire. No, I didn't. Where's my warp lock bronze? Skulls. Hell yeah. We won't be able to finish it. But this thing is crazy, man. Ugh. Freaking nuns, man. Is it a panel? Yeah. Another ode to subassembly. The only thing I can think of right now is how happy I am that there wasn't any cherubs attached to Morgan. Maybe. Maybe not, though. It's getting close. I gotta head out soon. Thanks for hanging out, though, J. Peacock. God damn. Oh, I can get a little bit of this in. If I can get the robe done, that'd be sweet. And we can just go from there. None is ridiculous. We are on pace to getting the robes prepped, which is probably the primary thing that matters before getting into the actual model. Robes almost complete. Robe's done. At least the baseline robe render. A lot of it's going to be about like edge highlighting and just some slight fixes, and then just a little bit of gold on the armor, and then the armor will be done. We're gonna have to deal with this crap down here though. There are a lot of nice small details though, like the syringe we're probably gonna have to do something special with, in the glass. Seraphim sepia equals instant aged paper. This will be fun to continue. Ooh. But yeah, Storm and Morgan. Skulls and metal on the base. Oh. I'm gonna stand up, I'm gonna stretch, I'm gonna get some video of this, and then I gotta get ready to head out. Tomorrow's Thursday. We'll probably work on the Priestess. It depends. If I want to go casual tomorrow, we're probably just going to tear through a ton of these to get the baseline red violet on all of their capes. Because we got all the blue done. It depends on my editing tonight. Because I'm going to get back at 7 and I'm going to have like 2 hours. I might just do that. At least a chunk of it tonight. I started doing it on all the, I'm assuming they're called Zephyrin, but I'm probably wrong because that's probably a different one. Because I feel like at some point here, I'm just going to like bulk build these. We gotta do all their arms too, which is crazy. Why'd you magnetize these? Psycho shit. Oh, they hit you with the frickin' the double data sheet. Okay. Good distance though. One Nundam down, the hardest one. Because the other's probably gonna be a bit easier. Like, this didn't take time at all. Sweet. Oh, till next time. Later, bitches.